Hello, how is everyone doing? Welcome to another Friday morning listing live session. How are y'all? More importantly, have people had enough sleep? Gonna pull. Up the chat and see where we're at. Oh, let's start the wrong one again. My gosh, what am I doing? All right, here we go. I need to change some stuff. Goodness. This is session 39, I think, today. Goodness. So we're on 39. Morning, Jane. Redeeming Retro. Hello. Octo. Welcome. Friday the 27th. There we go. Cool. I think we fixed it. Hello, Smeller. How are we doing? How are we doing? I've had a long, rough night. I've got a sick kid at home today. So if you notice that flat, that would be the reason for it. So my apologies if I look a bit disoriented at the moment, but we'll get there. We will get there. Just gonna make some changes. I think I've learned something about StreamYard. It doesn't load all the sessions until you click on a couple of links. That must be why. Second. And go. We are officially oriented. And this 2 weeks in a row now. Yes, I am so sorry for sounding robotic, Jane. It is I had a late night and then sick kid, and Jen had to go to work today because she has a lot to get done. So let's just say woke up on 4 hours of sleep, scramble, came back, had a nap, and here I am. So I'm still warming up, if you will. Morning, Paul. Welcome. Redeeming Retro. Why does the name sound familiar? Can you let us know if you are Local. Bendigo, that's right. That's right. I remember now. Bendigo. Sarah's here. Hello. See, can you guys actually hear me properly? Yes, yes. From Bendigo from Tuesday. I remember now. Oh, let me know which one works better, whether this is better or whether the MacBook mics are better. The reason is because the Rode mics didn't charge properly because when you have kids and wires are pulled, you discover on the morning of a live stream that something is not charged. And that happens. And that's just part of life when you've got kids at home. So yes. I'm gonna so you guys obviously don't like this, so I'm gonna try that and see if that's any better. Jada, what up? Let's try this and see. Is this any better? Is this better? If it is, then we'll just scrap the AirPods altogether. Does this sound any clearer? Isn't that interesting? I would have thought AirPods Pros would be clearer, but that's I find that quite surprising. Shall we get some listing done as more people trickle into the session? What do you reckon? Give me a let's go, and I'll start us off on a timer. Maybe we got some fakes. Hello, Bronwyn. Welcome. Good morning. Morning, Blondie. These were the ones that came with the MacBook. There was a time when they were giving out free. I'm not sure if you guys remember. They were giving out free AirPods with new MacBook Pros, and then you only had to pay the difference between the normal one and the AirPod Pro price. So that would make these like 3 years old, really. Actually, 3 years old, because this laptop is about 3 years old, so it'll be about the same. Yeah. The other day it wouldn't charge, and I freaked out. It's like, oh no, I'm not prepared to buy another set yet. Jane's not listening, relaxing at the river. As in you have a river that goes through your block. In which case, awesome. Absolutely dope. Listening while grandparenting. Okay. Lifestyle reseller. Whereabouts are you in Australia? If you are in Australia. And good morning, Lisa. Or what time is it where you are, Lisa? Time in Florida. 7:15 p.m. Good evening, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Sam from Canberra. Got it. Dropped off mail, river in town. Ah, got it. So you'll be joining us to list when you get back, because we'll be going for about 4 hours? Or is it a case of now that you're by the river, that's it? That's Friday sorted till the sun sets. I was meant to be listing hours ago, but punching on with Ozpost this morning. Getting ready for the garage sale trail. Ah, nice. Yeah, ours is in Victoria. It's, I think, November 18th. My son wants to go. And yes, there are a few people here with YouTube channels. Give Octo a follow. He's got YouTube and Instagram. And Jada as well, YouTube and Instagram. Lots of lovely nuggets you can learn from these channels. So if you haven't given them a follow, do that. And Lisa took a nap so she could be awake to list. Wonderful. Jane will join us shortly. All right. Somebody give me a let's go so I can start the timer. My hands are tied until then. Tied. Thank you, Jane. She knows the drill. Love it. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right. I'm going to finish this listing and then we can talk about offers. But yes, there seems to be conversation in the chat already. So, question of the day: what is a reasonable offer to send on eBay? eBay. We've got 10%. I also send a personal message to all offers, is what Jane says. I find that interesting, Jane, because you also have inventory that you get for free. So I was expecting your number to be a lot higher just because you don't have cost of goods. But how does 10% do for you? Do you find that you see traction? Don't see traction? What's your experience like with the 10%? For me, with toys, 10% doesn't get us anywhere. Only because I feel like in toys, 10% in general doesn't get anybody anywhere. Interesting. Beck hasn't said her number yet. Justin's got 5% or start offers at 5%. Depends on how long it's been sitting in my store. Depends on the price as well. Why does it depend on the price? I'm very curious to know what you mean by depends on the price. For me, it's 15 to 20% because that's the minimum to get any sort of response. But usually it's not like 10% gives no, it's not like 10% gets no response, 15% gives me one response, if that makes sense. It's more like there's a threshold, and then after that, it's like 5 responses. So 15, 20. And then some days when I wake up and I see lots of offers, I just go, I'm feeling generous today. There's clearly interest in the store. Let's just send a large number and see what happens. It's still profitable. I will say that. I still profit at 50%. Right? And when we say profitable, I mean like if you still make $1, that's still profit, correct? And it's really a trade-off of if you can still make $1, and considering the fact that in retail and in clearance outlets, if you will make a loss just to get cash back in the business to move stock and get your space back. So if you're still making $1, you're not exactly screwing your business over, because traditionally people sometimes don't make money just to get money back into the business. So yeah, for me, even if I get $1, 50%, I might do it if it means that I get a whole influx of sales. I've tried that. That doesn't happen for me anyways. So therefore, for me, it's like that 20, 25. Occasionally it's 30, but very rarely it's 30 because I've noticed that it doesn't go up. The return on that additional discount doesn't quite match. So that 15 to 20, there's action. 20, 25, a lot of action. 25 to 30, a little bit more action, but not really. That's for me. The chat is moving. Okay, so Paul Scott had a $190 item that was nearly 2 years old, and I sent an offer of $149 to move it. It sold, but when I looked, it was somebody else that paid full price. Huh, interesting. So it's the whole activity thing. I think that whole send offer, reviewing offers, counter offers leading to full price sale is that really contributes to that theory of, activity leads to sales. Liv's going 15% standard, then move, then more if it's been sitting longer, or else I know it's going to sell fast. Yeah, or less if I know it's going to sell fast. Lisa's going 20 if I price high, but usually price low and sell fast. Even easier, don't have to send offers. Interesting question being, if you price to market and it sells fast, but you don't have any room to have any more activity, versus if you price a little bit higher, say 10% higher, allow yourself to send some offers or coupons to let that activity boost your sales. Is that keep the engine warm dynamic of coupons and offers better by pricing up versus just pricing for it to move? Because I feel like even if you price competitively or bargain basement, eBay may still not show your listing because you don't have much activity in your shop. So could it be worth actually setting yourself up with a little bit of a higher price? And we're talking 10% higher. Like that's the great deal, 10% higher to make it a good deal, just so that you have room for you to play around and have some activity. What do you guys think? Cindy's going 10%. I don't have high margins on my stock. Okay. And what's that feedback been like when you do that 10%?
Morning, Teddy. Welcome, welcome. Also between 15 and 20. Okay. Jane's going, I have good sales, quite often get messages thanking for my offer. I think it's because my message is more personal and not the eBay generated message. Personal touch is always unexpected on eBay. So if you can make it if you can add a personal touch, it always works in your favor. That's what I find. Also, whenever I screw up, like sometimes I'll if items get damaged because they secondhand stuff, I feel like when you get it conditions great, but just from moving around with storage, wheels pop off, things like that. I'm always very mindful to not sound corporate with the sorry for the inconvenience I've caused you. It's always use emojis, but sparingly. I'm genuinely sorry for not being able to fulfill your order because it's damaged. Here's a photo of it. I'm really bummed that this has happened. Frowny face. That personal touch, sparingly, seems to make it go over a lot better than, because it conveys care. I think that's what it conveys, that you genuinely are, because you feel horrible and you're giving yourself permission to convey that over messaging. So always add a personal touch if you can. Matilda's here. Hello, welcome. Liv says, I accept anything above 20% off to take the emotions out of it. Yep. And so by that, you mean if someone sends you an offer up to 30% off, you'll just take it? Or you mean when someone sends... I'm confused. Oh, so which means that if someone sends you an offer of 20%, you take it regardless. 30% off, you take it. You don't go, I want to see 20, so I'll counter back. If you see up to 30, you just take it. Is that what I'm hearing? Smeller 10%, but try for 15 a week for weekends. We'll try for 15 a week and see. Okay, that's good. Let us know how you go. Flipping Fumble, regular 50% off sales, but offers are always 10%. If buyer sends offer more than that, but still reasonable, accept. Good. Lisa going, happens for me a lot. I send offer, someone else buys it. Yep. Justin going, higher price cards like 200 plus. I go 5% and usually will get a sale or reasonable counter offer that I accept. Anything that has been in my store for 6 months or longer, start at 15%. Okay, that's cool. That makes sense. Brownwing 1520. Cindy usually converts 30%. Okay. Mishka, welcome. It works to have my ears on, but not my eyes. Well, type in the chat. What's your offer range usually when you send buyers offers? This is a good conversation, and it looks like most of us don't really go past 50%. Interesting. 10 to 20 for Mishka as well. I was wondering whether any of us actually do 70% off, if anyone actually has that in them to do 70% off. I've never gotten to that point of past 50% because I think when you curate a niche store and people quote unquote fangirl your stuff, even with trading cards, with collectibles, with books, you don't really have to go to 50%. It's like 20, 25 is enough for them to go, yep, okay, I'm seen. I was going to buy it anyways. It's just a matter of time. So therefore, you've made me buy it earlier, as opposed to I can't afford it, but this makes me afford it. Matilda's going to 25 to 50%. Okay. How many of you actually don't send larger offers because it correlates to a dollar value you can't swallow? Even though percentage-wise it makes sense. Like you would do 20, you would not blink at 20%, but because it's a $500 item and you see it as $100 off, you pause for a little bit. How many of you guys have that working in the back of your head? Liv's going, I found I sometimes would think an item is worth more and get emotional about it. Now I'm like, it's profit, so I take the money and move on. Bang on. Get the money, move the item out of your space, replenish. Lisa, since I sell pieces, I lotted all those unsold pieces together starting in the fourth quarter and sold several lots rather than having them take up limited space. Good move. And sometimes even if you just let it go on, like, well, in your case, Craigslist, for $10 and someone just comes, grabs it, and that being able to, it's like sell item for $10 and ability to get moving with whatever you wanted to get moving instead of staring at something that is taking up space. We have to give value to that. Bronwyn, 95% of my items are free postage, so I need to cover that. Cool. Yep, I get it. So I don't do free postage, and I know a lot of us here don't do free postage, but those of you who do, how have you found it? Because that's one of the biggest pushbacks with the free postage model. It's like when I send offers, the math's really hard. Talk us through how you got to a point where you figured out your number. Matilda, I give myself perspective. I swallow a lower price because I make $80 on another item I didn't expect to. Yeah, that's true. Justin, I don't go above 30%. Anything over 12 months old in my store, I put it to auction now, and the starting price being my cost of goods. Yep, I clear a lot of my bad buys that way. Makes sense. And also, I feel like with collectible cards, you don't want to contribute to the stock market crash, right? Because people generally track. I feel like people track card prices a lot more diligently than they do, say, toy prices. Is that a fair assessment? Mishka, I think people who send huge discounted offers encourage people to expect large discounts and the lowball offers. I feel like that's more of a theory than a reality, but I'm open to being corrected on that because because I'll tell you why. Because especially if you are in the second-hand market where items are desired specifically rather than together. So I'm trying to think how to put it. Like, obviously there's some categories where it's not like you're giving offers on a Macca's meal where people are going, well, if the medium is this much, then I'll go buy the large. It's not like they're connected that way. I feel like with secondhand items in particular, you're very rarely going to get a buyer who goes, well, since that's 70% off, I don't really want to pay full price on this other item, because I don't think they're connected that way. The same way a small, medium, and large. And then you go, if large is 50% off, I'll just get the large because the medium is only this much more expensive or cheaper. So I don't think it happens that way, like people think it does in use. In new, definitely, because in new, it presents that way. I'm struggling for words this morning, but I think I've articulated it. Justin, for sure, car prices change daily, and there are apps people use to track those changes. Yeah, so I think with sneakers is the same, right? You almost can't go below a certain number, otherwise people think it's fake. And then you start inviting a different kind of buyer to your store. With those like stock market-y categories. It's interesting, like you sell a Kathmandu jacket at 70% off, people don't think it's fake. You sell a pair of sneakers 70% off, you send a coupon, people will think it's fake, and they just won't buy it. Or they'll buy it and hope that it's real, or maybe open up a case that it's fake. I don't know. But it's just there's a switch that happens when they see a discount associated with the item. Lisa's going after Monday's chat. Added shipping lowered my promotional rate, set up a model of $100 a day profit. I made a chart of how many of each cost I need. Cool. That's good, Lisa. You're very proactive. By Monday, she means Tuesday, because in the States they're behind. So still only selling an item a day, but hoping it will pick up. Yep. And hey, look, if it hasn't affected your sales negatively, then that means that it's not a bad change. And we can only wait to see how it picks up. And and as Paul already commented, you've got a good sell-through. It looks like you're picking up decent items. So it's a case of picking up more of the same, if not higher price items, because you already know what a good sell-through looks like. Good question, Beck. Look at the trail you've led us on. Well done, Beck. Well done. Any other comments on sending offers and the range of offers, and perhaps even what you guys want to try with this end of year shopping frenzy? I'm gonna add a follow-up question. What is a promotional thing you want to try during this busy period heading into Christmas that you think may have some legs, but you're not sure? the other day I saw someone put like a Santa Claus like a Santa Claus hat sticker on the corner of a postage label, like that. So you can imagine it's like someone put the Santa Claus hat on the corner and the hat's kind of flopping off the side, and just stuck the Santa Claus hat on the on the corner of the label. And I thought that would make the whole postage thing less boring, and it would make me wonder who it's from, and make me actually read the label and go, oh, this is from that seller, and that might be enough for me to remember a seller more. It's the cost of a $2 pad of stickers with Santa hats. Seems corny, but you're not giving out much money. Sarah, I'm running a markdown sale, 50% off most items, unlike what a Queensland YouTuber did and did store-wide 40%, including new items, just focus on older items I want gone. Yep. There are a few Queensland YouTubers. Store-wide 40%. Ooh. Store-wide. Ooh. Store-wide 40%. There's some sales where it makes you feel like it's not about the buyer, it's about the seller trying to just that you get that fire sale vibe. If you, especially for people who have been following us, if people follow a seller for a long enough period of time, they get a feeling of what the seller is like 15 to 20% off, let's for example. And if one day they just go 40% of the whole store, it makes them feel like the seller's not going to hang around. It's not even about I feel like this is separate from the cannibalizing effect of buyers will expect this sale ongoing. I think it has the opposite effect. I feel like if there's a place you go to for a service and suddenly they start doing 70% of services, you'll go, I don't know if I want to keep coming back here. Is something wrong with the business? Is the business going out of business? It makes you feel uncertain, especially if they are your repeat buyers who come back knowing that you're always going to be there. And so I'm actually more mindful of that than the low ballers who come. Because sure, you're 40% off site wide, especially if it's a sudden sale, will make new buyers jump on and you'll get new sales. But if your business relies on repeat business, and you can see that in your metrics, because whilst your impressions increase as your business grows, you'll notice that your organic conversion keeps going up because your organic conversion is the people who just know how to find you for the most part. I'm always very mindful to not get rid of them because they are the people that you don't need the algo to help you find. So that's more my concern when I think about sudden large sales, which is why I think when you send offers suddenly, it's okay, because when you send offers, mostly it's people coming to your listing for the first time, because they already say you cannot send offers more than once to the same person. So which means somebody has looked at your item, added it to a watch list. They've never seen it before. They've never clicked on it more or less before. They've never lingered around before, or they've added to cart, they haven't converted. So it's almost like a in the moment, but not reflective of you. And it doesn't have that same psychological effect as like a site-wide, 40% off or 70% off you. That's something that your margins can handle. Bronwyn has recently started a coupon of 20% off for 3 or more items in the same category as a test. It has been working quite well, though many people still buy 2 but not 3 items. We did the thing which was, I think, free shipping for up to 10 items. No, free shipping after 10 items, and that worked really well for one of our stores, especially because we were even happy to do it on international shipping. So that worked out quite well. Because it was like most people try and maximize the shipping for international anyways. So it was a case of like, if it was $49 to ship 10 items, we lose $4 on each item. We found that we didn't have to send offers because as they just kept adding to cart, and we had that kind of margin, like $20 on each item anyways. So it was like, well, it's technically just $5 off each item, and we're leaning into the behavior of we want to maximize the shipping. And then they would try to do that and then realize, wait, the shipping was free. Ooh. And so it was like an unexpected thing. So that worked out quite well. I'm sending, 10 plus items overseas during that Christmas period. I think it was 2 years ago we did that. Another marketing idea regarding Santa stickers. I enclose a thank you card with a QR code for my store. Nice. I used to put a sticker on the package that says thank you, but ran out of them. Restock. Liv, QR code is awesome idea. It is. It is. Especially since the COVID people familiarize themselves with QR code. Justin, I do that as well. Thank you cards to get me positive feedback and more followers and repeat buyers. Teddy's going to do QR codes. Awesome. I also have a calendar on the back of my card, so they might keep it. Paul wants to know how many people send newsletters with coupons. Lisa does the thank you card and encouraging sticker as well. I don't do thank you notes and I don't send newsletters because all my stuff is very much rinse and repeat. And I find that it's just one more thing to do at this point. I don't feel the need for it. Maybe when I've got more bandwidth, I might try it. Liv, I've just ordered thank you cards, which has a 15% coupon on it. Nice. Justin, I don't do a newsletter. Although Justin, I do wonder why not do a newsletter? Because with trading cards aren't like newsletters common for that category? Like you've got magazines for that kind of stuff. So wouldn't the newsletter kind of lean into that whole trading card magazine vibe for people who follow you? Jane, I tried coupons, but could get no traction, no newsletters, no cards. But you've started international shipping, as you've told us since that video about it. So I left the clapping hands in the car. I bought clapping hands for this session. So well done, Jane, for doing international shipping. Let us know when you get your first international sale, by the way. Live, no newsletter. Jane, lots of repeat customers. Yep. Paul, do you want to speak a bit more on the whole newsletter thing? Whether type or hop on the stream. I think you've got some thoughts on newsletters. Jane saying no international sales yet. We wait eagerly in anticipation for your first international sale. Justin, never thought of the newsletter like that. Yeah, because like I remember growing up having trading card magazines that we used to, drool over, like, oh, I've got this card, that card, and it's like they flash the collections. They don't do that for like with Hot Wheels cars. It's not really a thing to have magazines. Neither is it for toy trains or action figures. It's usually you go to wiki pages or group pages where they show displays. So therefore, the photo standing out is the biggest part, and the newsletter kind of behavior doesn't quite fit. But I remember with trading cards, you've always got magazines, like you said. You've got the grading ones, you've got the yearly, the values of the various cards. Beckett, was that the word? So yeah, just one more piece of pamphletty paper that all the collectors can waste their time going over. Paul. If Paul is still there. Redeeming Retro, I have a book going to Israel today. Has anyone had any issues posting to Israel at the moment? I'm worried it's not going to be delivered. Oh. That's a good question. Are you talking about it more in relations to the war situation that's happening? Because during I don't think I've actually sent anything into a war zone before, or close to war zone area before, so I can't comment on that. If anyone has sent something to Israel recently, like in the last week, any thoughts? I would assume that you can send it until Australia Post says you shouldn't send it or you can't. Yeah, I would think that would be what would happen because if you can't send something in there, why would Australia Post allow you to? And it's not in their best interest to keep sending stuff there with it not being delivered because they also have to cover for it. Did anybody try sending stuff to Ukraine during the war, during that invasion period? Paul going, I've never used newsletters feature. I didn't realize that pretty much it was just a way to send a coupon with a link to your store. It seems way more useful than you might think at first glance. Yeah, just another touch point, really. But once again, we talk about it from a coupon point of view only. I like it more from just the way that it could work for Justin because it's another way for you to present someone with a visual thing that they would be interested in from your store. I think Janelle was saying that you can send it with your newest listings on there as well, so people can see what's new. Yeah. Justin going upcoming releases and trends. Yeah, give it a try. See how you go. Liv, I saw an announcement from eBay on my seller overview. I haven't read it though. And that would be a question for Ozpost, I think. Suspended air postage. Cool. So it is suspended. Which is fair. I mean, flying into space, flying into airspace where there are other things flying in said airspace. Redeeming Retro, Ozpost said they were still shipping, but it will take up to a month or wouldn't want to be a posting. Paul's going, I had a few hundred books to list. I'll get them up, then send out 20% coupon and report back if anything happens. Cool. Thank you, Paul. Morning, Sandra. Ozpost suspended to Israel. Yeah. And I think if you told the buyer that it's been suspended, they would understand. Or do what I did during COVID. So during COVID, I actually had a buyer who bought stuff from India and they were not shipping stuff into India because of COVID. And he just kept building up a tab. At one point, the tab became uncomfortable because it was paid for items marked as sent, just were not sent. And I communicated with eBay. eBay was like, yeah, no problem. As long as you send it and upload the tracking when you say you will, and we've got messages to confirm it. Putting your fate in the hands of like a customer service agent may not be the best or most reassuring experience, but they were like, yeah, no problem. And I'm here to report that there is no problem because, at least for me anyways, because he ended up spending like $1,000 worth of stuff, just order after order after order. And then the moment we could send stuff into India, I would send the parcel and then just wait for it to make it through. And then before that parcel arrived, he would order another one. So it was kind of like two acts of faith happening at the same time. Long story short, I think it ended up being something like $3,000 over the course of a year, but it's a regular buyer. So it could be a case of that as well, where you just say, I know that I can't send it. You've already bought it, and I don't want to not let you have it. So if you're fine for me to mark it as sent, and I will send it once services reopen. I'm happy to do that for you. And it's very much a good faith thing because I think, look, there is room in business for good faith, even though you are operating outside of eBay boundaries. Once again, you only fall flat on your face when the buyer then turns in bad faith. So once you are trusting the buyer to do the right thing as well. To the point about there was someone on one of the Facebook groups who was saying they were late to ship an item, then they hand delivered an item, and then the buyer was it like eBay said the item wasn't delivered yet, and then the buyer opened the case or something, and then essentially because there was no evidence of tracking, the buyer shot himself in the seller shot himself in the foot for trying to be too nice. So that's good faith turned bad faith, right? So that can happen. Depends on really how you want to approach it, and that's kind of up to you. So I trusted my gut on that one, and I was rewarded for it. But I would say that it comes down to your category and whether you understand your category or not. In that particular item that I sold, or bunch of items that I sold, most of the buyers are very honest, goodwill, good faith people who there's like a wholesomeness to the community. And I've talked about in some category of toy, I will not do that. In some categories, I would happily do that. So yeah, comes down to what your gut is saying. Redeeming Retro, whatever your gut says, do. We have 28 people in the session. Wow, this is more than normal for a Friday. Must be the topic. Well done, Beck. Shall we start another timer? I think we've milked this one. Unless there's more people want to add on to the topic before we go back to listing. Great advice. He might be happy to wait since it's a rare book. Agreed. Agreed. Trust your gut. Just trust your gut. Justin's gonna let's go. All right, let's go. Boop, boop, boop.
All right, everyone. I think that's about where the 30 minutes would have been. Yep. Sorry about the lack of continuity there. John just had to step away for a minute. Hey, Jane, welcome back. Justin, yeah, definitely old. I'm the same age as Mel from back from Burnout. You wouldn't. I don't think you'd know it. This will list till the cows come. I saw. I'm a member of some Etsy groups, and there's been a big site-wide ban of jewelry and other items made out of bone because Etsy having a bit of a blitz, thinking that it could be ivory. Apparently, a lot of people make items out of cow bone, and simply saying that cow bone's not enough. So it's a big drama over there at the moment. Justin's packing his bags. The boys trip away this weekend to the Gold Coast. Nice. Yeah, we definitely want to see some pics. Lisa says, I was thinking it's probably kangaroos there. I saw the guy rescuing his dog against a kangaroo that looked like he'd done time in the slammer. I live not rural, but I guess semi-rural, where all the houses in my area are on an acre block, and we're close enough to bushland that we get kangaroos in our front yard probably once a month, ducks and all sorts of other things. So in our heads, we think it'll be like that. In reality, we're in bed by midnight. We're all old now. Yeah, I know that. When our friends and catch up, usually it's the same. Home by 10. Yeah, it's funny. As soon as you mentioned that movie, that's the first thing I thought too was the tooth. It's pretty iconic. John's changed. Yep, grayer, older. More hair. I'm due. I'm desperately overdue for a haircut. I really don't like having anything other than really short hair. Maybe on the weekend. Lisa, desperately needed to find a group of people who accept me as is. Yep, you're in it. I'm quite blessed. Always be 21. Hey, Mandy, how you doing? I'll link. Just give me a second, and I'll link Mandy's stuff. Go and jump on Mandy's Instagram if you're not already. Give her a follow. She's got some really good content over there. Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, I don't really get making stuff out of bone. That's the thing that I discovered today. Jane says 20 plus years in the country, and I've only seen two roos up here. One big bugger on the corner the other last week. Dead out the front. Yeah, they're very common in our area. They're all over the place, and little, sometimes little, um, they'll have their parents and a couple of joeys behind as well, and rabbits, all kinds of things. Hey, John, welcome to my stream.
It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of your stream, Paul.
Hello.
Mandy's here. Hello.
We have a possum. First we've seen all the time here. God, he makes a racket. Nice to see wildlife. You need a mohawk. Yeah, I'll work on it. It might be a fashion
Paul,
that'll happen. You go first.
Paul, if we green screen like this part of your head, would that work?
And face tattoo. $21 more listings, and I have 100 items. Oh, far out! I think the other night or last week, that's
cool.
That's double. 100% improvement. So if your sell through maintain, if you keep your high sell through, then that's I think you're averaging a sale a day. You said so that should move to 2. Starting at savings thing, right, for all our streams, but keep forgetting about the morning ones. So don't blow the hills, and lately they get stuck in suburbia and can't get back to the hills. They get quite stressed, poor things. Oh. Do you have like I said, wildlife care that comes and gets them and sorts them out, or they just figure it out eventually? G'day, Leo. So Big Brew hopping down the esplanade on the beach, Adelaide. Oh, I'd like to see that. That's cool. Down the esplanade. Okay, Sagan. Just filling in for John for a minute while he's chilling, but he's back now by the looks. So just chilling and going through comments at the moment.
The topic that we
Wildlife. Everyone, no shortage of possums in my attic. Oh, that's better than like bats in the belfry. Possums are way more comfortable than bats. Hey, Teddy, good to see you. John, I cannot hear you.
I
don't know why.
Can everybody else hear me?
Sorry, try that now.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Yeah, sorry, I got multiple speakers and microphones and
cool.
stuff.
Did you want to stay on? Did you want to hop off? What are your thoughts?
Do you want to take back over the count now and do another 30?
Sure. But I do want to say a couple of things before we go back to a timer. So let me see if I can do this. Go. All right. So the first thing is, Sagan, we did talk about sending offers just now that trickled down into buyers in good faith, running markdown sales, using coupons, newsletters. So that was earlier on in the stream, probably about half hour ago. We actually talked about it for, I reckon, a good 20 minutes. So that was supposed to be the topic for us to talk later, but we all just got stuck in because everyone wants to know about offers. So we actually discussed a lot of like different ranges of offers from 10 to 15%, 20%, 30%, 50% even, why not 70%? So definitely go check that bit out. The second thing is next week's this session will be on Thursday, same time, so 10 till 2 on Thursday morning, just because we've got Melbourne Cup weekend coming up, which means that a lot of people are going away on holidays on the Friday. I'm going away on the Friday as well, and so we're just going to move it to Thursday. So next Friday, if you turn up at 10, we would have already done it on the day before. So please turn up the day before. Sounds good? Give me a yup, okay, noted in the comments, in the chat, if we have registered the new change of date just for 1 week because of the not public holiday, like the holiday weekend that's coming up. Matilda's got it. Yep. Lisa, Wednesday evening here. Yes, so Wednesday evening where you are. Cool. Thrifting All Stars got it. Everyone else noted so Thursday, 10 o'clock, not Friday, Thursday. So next week it's Tuesday, Thursday instead of Tuesday, Friday. Just because of that longish weekend. Jane hasn't had a holiday in 15 years because you live in a holiday. I mean, don't you have like a holiday corner on your acreage, and then you've got the real life part of your acreage? I just imagine you've got a little what's the word? Oh, not TP. Like what's the word? I saw it the other day. It starts with H, like a Oots. Oh, I just imagine you got like a festival tent in some obscure corner of your acreage, Jane, and then you just retreat there with hubby whenever you need a holiday, and there's probably some flowing water in that part of your acreage too, and then you come back to real life, and it's like a maybe 20-minute trek. Matilda morning live 24 hours before usual schedule. Oh my gosh. Rowan, yurt. Yes, that's the one. I remember it rhymed with yogurt, but I couldn't. Like, you don't live in a yogurt. A yurt. It's called fencing. Recommerce there. So Thursday 10 a.m. doesn't that clash? It does, but I've got no choice. So have both on if you got two screens. Jane's going, I wish it's 7 acres, not 700. Oh. Bell. Look at the bell tent. Okay, cool. So yes, announcements done. Jane, if you want a new topic, suggest one and we can talk about it. Paul, Leo's asking whether you have an update for your tool up here.
There was, I think earlier in the week, there was a small update just to add back the feature that added up your spend in the last 28 days. Just because Australia Post changed their page. So that came out earlier in the week. I've got another small lot of things that I'm working on, and I guess once I've got enough to make it worthwhile, releasing another one that maybe next week or the week after. So they're just small things.
Cool. You want to give us a let's go, and then we will start a new timer. 12 o'clock already, man.
Yep. Me, you mean?
I can hear you.
All right, let's do it. Let's go.
Let's go. Who's happy for us to roll into another 30? I'm happy to roll into another 30 if you guys are, because we've done a lot of talking earlier on in the session already. So if we're good to roll into another 30, let me know and we'll start another timer. And then that will put us very much in the last hour of the session. We can talk about Justin and Paul's topic. All we need is a let's go to start the timer. Who's it gonna be? Justin. Oh, Justin, we miss you when you're not here. Let's go. Sorry, guys. Interesting. How's everyone going? How are we going? I'm sitting on 48 at the moment. Of course, today we've had a bit more distraction than normal. I'm still happy with it. Still happy with it. I'm going to continue once the session's over still. But how's everyone else going? How are we feeling? We've got a topic to discuss. If people want to hop on, let me know. If Paul is still there as well, let's generate a link. Here is the link. If anybody wants to hop on to talk about what do we think about Poshmark pulling out of the Australian market, and more specifically, what effect it will have other platforms wanting to come to Australia. More specifically, also whatnot and live selling. Should eBay do it? Who would use it? Let's talk about that. I'm very curious on what you guys think about live selling. The link's in the chat. If anybody wants to hop in, feel free to use it. If you need to do your hair and makeup, let us know. We are a patient bunch. Bronwyn, I haven't encountered it before. Lisa, nothing. My thoughts on live anything. Like the idea of live selling high-end garments on eBay for sure. 16 people in the session. Who wants to hop on? Come on. Or have we already outlived the format of hopping onto the screen? I see a flicker. Justin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Is that green screen behind you again?
Yes.
So you've moved from a prison to a child's bedroom. That's awesome. I love it. I love the Gengar ghastly background.
I could hear you twice. Where is Paul?
Yeah, where is Paul? Paul,
Paul, come
get in
back.
here. And anyone else? We've had 6 on before. I wonder if we can do more.
Is there enough room on the screen?
I reckon there would be. I mean, I reckon 10. We have to try to get to at least 10 and see what that feels like before we rule out the format. But it's a good question. The live selling thing, because it reminds me of old school infomercials.
Yeah, the ones you see at midnight.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether people I was wondering why we get bored of them. And oftentimes the products were interesting, but after a while you get bored of the host. And it does make me wonder whether you almost have to evolve as a presenter, and it's not even about the product anymore. It's like you're signing up for show business rather than actual reselling business. And maybe that's the pushback that no one talks about. It's I'm signing up to be a better version of me as a presenter rather than a reseller. What do you reckon?
Yeah, there's definitely more of a salesperson aspect to it. And I buy on Whatnot now. Like, obviously, a few of the people I watch on YouTube, they do Whatnot and everything, and they do so well because they can be upbeat for 7-8 hours at a time and just sell.
Yep.
But you've got to have that upbeat energy about you to be able to be successful in that. And I think it also comes down to our topic that when I was on last, like having that social media following as well to draw people in. Because Whatnot is definitely, if you don't have a following on there, you're not going to do well.
Paul, what do you reckon? Live selling.
I think it'll be really great for people that like to stream and that have mass inventory that they don't mind selling quite cheaply. So it'll be a niche for particular sellers. I don't know. I think it's exciting and interesting to see what happens. It's going to suit a certain demographic of seller, but I think I'd be a buyer rather than a seller, just because of the format. But I think it's good that new types of formats are being explored and that are disrupting things and changing things, because obviously eBay had to go through that with auctions moving to mostly buy it nows, and it'd be good to have them have their flow interrupted a little bit with some competition, just to shake things up a bit. I think that's healthy anyway.
Does eBay have live auction, the live shows now? Like, I know they have it in America, but do they have it elsewhere?
They haven't yet. There's rumors that it's. I think it seems obvious, but there's been more and more rumors that it's something they're working on. So I don't think it'll be far away.
Because I think if eBay gets into it, then that's going to push more people to come over here, because eBay will send it worldwide. They won't just go, "Oh, we'll only do it here." It'll be for everybody.
I think the thing that I'm struggling to accept when it comes to live selling is the fact that most people are using it to liquidate and move items now, but I can't get, like, I get the selling quickly, cheaper items, getting stuff back, but I can't get over the fact that I have to block out my time, because I like the fact that eBay, for the most part, other than the shipping of the items, is fluid.
Yeah.
We don't have to block out time. So if you think about running streams, it's a commitment, really. And I think the guys who do it well generally have teams of people who do it consistently. It's like a scheduled 9-to-5 job. So if you're trying to you're trying to reconcile you running eBay as a side hustle, reselling, and then you have to now block out time, like as if it's not a side hustle anymore. It can be quite conflicting, I think, the mental load of managing that. I mean, sure, you could say be more organized, but I think it's more than that. I don't think it's just a case of just being more organized and turning up to a stream, because those things go for longer than normal. You don't, it's depending on how many items you have, your streams can go for longer or shorter. And those platforms are very much designed for streams to run for however long. And then when they're done, people just go to the next stream. If they go short, people just move on to the next stream. And so, yeah, what do you guys think about that aspect of it? Behavior-wise, if anything.
Yeah, I definitely think it would be something that you'd have to look at after you sort of do have employees and that sort of thing on board, because you're definitely going to be taking away your time from eBay. And you definitely have to be full-time reseller. You couldn't be doing eBay and then a live auction and other stuff on top of that as well. Well, I wouldn't anyway. Like I if Whatnot does come to Australia, I'll definitely explore it, because I think it would be good for my niche in trading cards and like the collectible market. Like that's, I think, where Whatnot is very geared towards, is that collectible sort of market. And for me, like, I'm more than like, with Whatnot, you don't pay shipping on every item. You pay shipping for your first item, and then everything is added into that. And then if it gets heavier, then they'll bump you up to the next. So I guess, a lot of people are going in there, they're buying multiple items as well. So like if I'm in a show, I'm buying 20, 30 items, because I'm saving. Number one, stuff is a lot cheaper over in the States, and I can sell it for a lot more here. But I'm only paying like $30, $40 in shipping. Where on eBay, like with their global shipping program, eBay will charge you pretty much shipping on every single item you buy, and then you've got to beg them to refund you the excess.
I had that experience buying some stuff from the UK as well, where the seller just thought it was too hard to go through the refund process, and me contacting eBay, and then they just decided, let's just cancel the sale. So you're right. Like if you're buying multiple units, for sure, the next question then becomes, sourcing then becomes a bit of a gamble, though, isn't it? Because you're spending time in a stream that could potentially take 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, depending. Obviously, that might be an exaggeration. Let's say 1 to 2 hours. If, let's say, you're spending 1 to 2 hours in a stream where you could potentially buy a lot or potentially buy nothing, is that a good use of time as a seller? So that's my first consideration. If you're sourcing or whatnot, hoping that you'll get a good deal, you know what I mean?
Normally I'm doing it when I'm like, we're sitting watching TV or something, so I'm like multitasking, spending time with family and keeping an eye on what's being sold on the stream. So I guess it does take a bit more time away from the family, but I'm still present with them.
Matilda will thank you for acknowledging that you're at least taking time away from the family, because that is very much a Matilda value. It's like, we do this to spend time with family, so therefore why are we doing enjoying formats that take us away from family whilst we're with family? The whole being present thing has to have a value as well.
Yeah, I think I've got my kids that will come up and watch the streams with me as well, and they will buy things with their pocket money. They're like, Dad, I want that. I'm like, okay, well, how much are you willing to spend? And we'll bid up to that, and then if they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't.
Yep. Okay. next consideration is as a seller in terms of using your time, because if you're live streaming, you have to more or less stream at the time that the market that you want to attract is on, right? So nighttime in the States would be, well, now really.
Yeah.
And then or if you're doing it for Australians, then it'd be nighttime here. So therefore you're working a lot, I feel. You don't really have a lot of control over your time. And it still remains to be shown that live selling leads to higher dollar sales rather than lower dollar sales,
Yeah, I guess it would be something to test out.
Hmm.
I don't know how it would go in the Australian market, to be honest. Like, I feel
I think for a lot of sellers too, that when they're doing their triage of their bulk lots, like at the moment, everyone says this is my premium stuff that's going to go to eBay or would have went to Poshmark. Here's the stuff that's going to go to Marketplace, and there's always stuff that you just get rid of or give away or try and lot up, and it is potentially a mechanism to move on stuff that will suit other people but not you. So if you've got someone that's doing, whether it's media or books or plushes or something that's under the, if you've got a $10 threshold and you just have a giant bucket of them and you said, well, that's my whatnot stuff. And if you can, sell 30 items an hour for a few dollars each, that's probably still better than stuff going to Marketplace. Like you yourself, John, you've got a large volume of stuff that you just move on in bulk. And maybe it'll end up being worth it to have your stream with toys and do a couple of cars, 4 cars at a time or some trains. And even if it's not megabucks, it's still, it's still engagement. And, if you've got people buying them in bulk, then it becomes pretty easy to ship them out. And particularly for and other I know a lot of other resellers use it for sourcing. So if they're, if you've got four trains and a couple of cars and it's a $10 lot, I think that stuff would move.
Jane, Matilda, what are your thoughts on live selling?
Hi, I like the idea when it comes to the high-end fashion garments. For example, if I had a dress that was highly sought after, say a Zimmerman dress, that I knew that there was a bit of demand, I think you're capturing a market that, will get caught up in the hype, which will increase that sale price. But you would really need, I think, a good following. You would already have to have a well-established eBay store to be able to bring people to that auction. So I'd like to see it within eBay. I don't think I'd do the whole whatnot thing, and I wouldn't be keen on the bulk lots or anything like that. But the one-off, highly sought-after garments, I think would work well for me.
Jane, what do you reckon?
My thoughts? Look, we haven't got a lot to sort of compare it to. We had Poshmark, their live sales, which were pretty hit and miss, I think. Whatnot tends to be, if it's not new garments, it's more of the good quality low end stuff, which is selling cheaply. So we sort of don't have a good comparison between those two platforms and if eBay does the same thing. So I think it's going to be a wait and see if it does happen. I hope it does. I think it will be really good for a lot of sellers, something that I'd certainly be interested in. Certainly with my stock levels, just being able to get rid of, because I don't have a lot of cost in my stock, I don't care whether I sell it quickly for $4 or if they bid it up to $40. I'm still going to be making a profit. But I think it's going to be a wait and see, I think. Sorry, my camera's up here. I keep talking to the screen and my camera's up here. I've got the world's dodgiest. I've got I've got the world's dodgiest webcam. You should see it's all sticky taped to my screen.
But the reason we all got used to Zoom calls was because we were all not making eye contact. I think that made the transition a lot easier for the work from home people. It's nobody makes eye contact on Zoom.
Oh, I'm looking at you, but it's here I should be looking. Something I need to
Yeah.
get used to.
I was going to say something. All right. Dave talked about consistent time slot will allow the audience to grow as they can book the stream into their schedule. What are your thoughts on that in terms of willingness to book a slot to keep doing it?
Well, I think
yeah,
you've shown that it's a format that works here. If once people get used to you having a regular show at a regular time, build it and they will come, I suppose. As long as as long as your store is a good store and you've got good product and you've got good prices, build it and they'll come.
Yeah, if you look at other streaming platforms like Twitch, and I guess even YouTube now is starting to get more popular with streaming, having that schedule is pretty important. Like I do watch a lot of Twitch streamers, and they all operate on a schedule. Even if they do an ad hoc one occasionally, that I think growing their audiences, that's only going to happen if they're streaming on time and regularly, so that there's that consistency. And I would think with selling product, unless you got really highly sought after stuff that has mass appeal to everybody, I think you're gonna, they're gonna have to do that. If you're selling something niche, you're selling vintage clothing or something like that, you're going to want to spend a lot of time building up your audience, and then have them well aware in time beforehand when you're streaming.
We operate on a schedule, and that works. And I think that the schedule is definitely important. I'm just thinking about the willingness to do it on a schedule, especially when you may not pick up traction. You know what I mean? Like if I feel that the schedule is so key, but it's very much chicken and egg, the growth of the platform as well, because you can imagine people scheduling sessions, having one sale or no sales.
Yeah.
How many weeks does it take before you don't do it anymore? 1 week, 5 weeks, 10 weeks? Cost of labor in Australia is so high. When we talk about hourly rate, what's it worth? It's going to take a lot of, I feel, casual sellers who not value their time, but you know what I mean? Don't invoice their time, so to speak, who do it enough for fun, that it becomes what's like an adopted behavior, such that the more reputable sellers who do invoice their time then hop on and go, okay, if we are here, there's enough activity. Kind of like how you were talking about Discord. Remember, Paul, you were saying how like people will see stuff that is of interest to them generally, and they'll hop on if they're interested or not. And so I think like if they come to Australia and they promote it at the power sellers, most of the power sellers will probably hit that wall of, I don't want to be the first one having to schedule shows for 10 weeks with no one turning up because the behavior is not known yet. That's my biggest consideration, because I've got YouTube at the moment with you guys, and then I've also got my reselling business as full time. I don't have the time to schedule 10 weeks of no productivity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And what's happened in the UK? So they introduced Whatnot into the UK, but it's very limited. So I think it's trading cards and minimal stuff. And what I've seen from people that resell on other platforms that are dabbling in it is that's what happens, is their friends and family and other resellers turn up and they buy a few items from each other to encourage activity. But the uptake's pretty low, and I think that could be a problem with Whatnot, with the discovery of well, first of all, the advertising, how are they acquiring customers in and promoting it to get people to try it, and then when you're in, how do new sellers bubble to the top? What's the recommendation system, and how will that work? So if you're if they've got a bunch of influencer type sellers, which is how Whatnot does seem to work in the US, they'll have well-known people selling their product on stream to try and draw in their audience. How does that translate to other sellers that might be streaming straight after them. Will the audience hang around and transfer sideways to other streams, or do they just disappear when they're the stream for their favorite person's over?
The other thing also I noticed with Whatnot is that with the influencers, I think what justifies their time is, how like Chris Furlong does a giveaway on the Wednesday night streams. It feels like Whatnot's a great way for them to do a giveaway, get some money back, but because the focus is essentially the giveaway or the moving of items. It's a great way for them to showcase the kind of things that are consistent with their brand. Like they can choose. It's and then after that, it helps the viewership to then reinforce their following to the influencer as well. And it's almost like the aim isn't really to make money. The aim isn't to move stock. The aim is to show off who you are as the influencer from another angle, and then that reinforces their following because. Oftentimes, it's one thing, for example, for me to put up a picture of a car. It's another thing for me to do a live show with the cars that I like. And if that resonates with you, or as Justin puts, if it's one thing to have listings with graded cards, and it's another thing to put it on Instagram, another thing to actually hold a graded card on a live show. And if you are building a following for that category, the live shows very much support that endeavor, but it is not a money-making endeavor. It's more of a following, growing endeavor.
Yeah, I think with Whatnot, what you've got to understand is that it really is partly a social media platform as well. Like you have to have that following for it to work for you, which is where I think what Jane said, like if eBay got into it, like a lot of us here already have a following on our stores, so it would open up the possibility for those followers to come along to a live show and, we can put our camera around and go, this is what we got. What do you want to see up? And, put that up and then they can bid on that. I think starting there and then going and building on that. And then, if Whatnot comes in, it's definitely more the brand new clothing. And the collectibles, but is it going to work in Australia? Because even the collectible market in Australia is very small compared to the States and even the UK.
Is it small, or do we just not have a way of connecting the collectors? Because I feel like I know a fair few collectors, and those collectors that I know have lots of stuff. Like Paul, for example, has lots of stuff. I've got lots of stuff. You've got lots of stuff. Jane's got lots of stuff. Everyone's got stuff. I feel like we have a lot of stuff individually, but we're just not connecting them the way the Americans do.
Yeah, I think obviously more people over there. They've trading cards and everything like that is huge over there, especially the sports side of things. Like We've got the NRL going to Las Vegas next year. Like, you're not going to see an NFL game come here. So I guess, US is a very sports heavy sort of scene. So that sort of thing over there, there's definitely, I guess, more collectors close by that you know of than I think I know in my town. I know of about 10 or so other collectors of cards that I know of in town that, I will happily pass off cards to and trade with and everything. But in America, a town this size, you probably got thousands that know each other.
I almost feel like Whatnot would be a very efficient way to do a Tupperware tea party. And but I use that example because I was trying to think of, when people start selling on eBay, their biggest insecurity is, if I do an auction and I sell for 99 cents, can I cancel it? And what's the consequence of doing that? And I think with Whatnot, you don't know who your buyers are. You've got family and friends, people who are just curious. You almost have to build up the expectation of what to pay to a point where you feel comfortable pulling out a 9 PSA graded card that goes for $500 on eBay. But if you put it on Whatnot, can I sell it today? And if it gets bid up to $100, will you let it go? Because if you don't let it go, you can't hide it. It's a live show. You know what I mean? It's not like eBay where you can cancel and then it's negative feedback, but it disappears after 6 months. No one bothers to scroll for it. You know what I mean? So I feel like Whatnot is a lot scarier in that sense as well, because if you have to honor everything because it's on screen and it's live. So that's why the Tupperware party was the example, is because if let's say a Tupperware group goes, we're going to go on Whatnot, that's the medium we're using, kind of like how in Facebook groups people say PayPal only, no bank transfer. What you're really saying is there's a mechanism for us to do this that facilitates the transaction, but we all agree that no one's going to bid 99 cents for a Tupperware. But I don't think that agreement exists for a lot of the other categories, which is why I think that's also another scary, like, how for people want to start. What do you think?
Well, with Whatnot, you can put your own starting price.
Okay.
So similar to eBay, it doesn't have to start at $1 or whatever. Like a lot of people do start at $1 because their buy cost is so low. But you can set your own starting bid. I think the way you get in is you start with those dollar auctions, but you've got, as you said, you've got to be willing to eat the losses if they do come. But that's the way you're going to build your following, is by doing that and then go from there. There is also the option to have buy it nows on there as well. So if you want to put, your graded cards in there, or your higher end Hot Wheels in there, and go, hey, I've got this here, and then we're going to auction off these. That's the way you could do it as well. But I think Whatnot, as you said, is the influencers, they do all the giveaways and all that. So, I think you got to be willing to do that sort of stuff as well. Because I think that is what draws the people in. Oh, there's a giveaway. Well, we'll come in and watch for that, and something might spark their interest in their bid.
I think Chris from Daily Refinement said that his giveaway budget is, I think he said 30%. I think 30% of his sales amount is budgeted in giveaways.
Wow.
He must have very good profit margins.
He buys well.
It's all
he does buy
liquidation. Well. Yeah.
Beck says
he did a video on, I think they did 19,000 items in a day across platforms, and he showed a bit of the logistics of that. Like he had one staff member just driving a transport vehicle to the post office effectively, and they had to go to a special post office because they were obviously lodging 19,000 items. So there's one at some industrial centre. They lodged them in.
Beck mentioned that you have to be entertaining, and it would be hard if you are not naturally a salesperson. What do you think about that?
100%. 100%. If it's, no one's going to buy off anybody who's deadpan. You've got to have some character. You've got to have some character about you. You've got to have a bit of fun.
All right, Jane, you have a beautiful smile. You have a smile that would sell me stuff. So that smile. So would you use Whatnot if with that smile to sell stuff?
I'm waiting for Whatnot to come. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. That was what, because I've been getting my stock since the beginning of this year, and that was why I looked into the Poshmark live sales, so that I could have that quick turnover of stock, because I have so much stock, it's ridiculous. And it was just a quicker and easier way to get rid of stock than having to sit down and do listings. And I was happy to get that $3-4, whatever it was. But the Poshmark live sales, God, they were confusing. Just the whole setup thing and the postage thing again with the live sales. It put me off Poshmark. So yeah, I would definitely give Whatnot go when it gets here.
Although what happens if Whatnot comes to Australia and they use Sendle?
Yeah, then I wouldn't touch it.
I wouldn't. It's not that I wouldn't touch it; it's that I couldn't touch it because I'm rural and I don't have them out here. I'm not driving to Melbourne to drop fucking parcels off.
Yeah, I'm zone 3 too, so there's no pickup in my.
I think
area.
that's where these other platforms have to learn from Poshmark's mistakes, and I think that was one of Poshmark's biggest mistakes, was only allowing Sendle to be the postal carrier.
Yep.
But that's what happens when you have that flat fee model, though. Like you can't really tailor it to every country.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Which by the way, can I say it's also really surprising that Poshmark with Sendle didn't do well, because really Sendle metro to metro is really good.
Your shop.
Sorry.
Who's here?
Oh my God.
Sorry.
You need a 3 garage. Not...
Matilda's got a visitor.
You get in?
Is he good looking?
No. Okay. Thank you.
I think she turned the camera off but not the microphone.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, that was a moment.
I would hope that Whatnot has watched what's happened with Poshmark over here and is listening to sellers who didn't use that platform in regards to the Sendle debacle. Because you're chopping out a third of your audience.
I think I've had a few parcels sent to me from Sendle. Number one, they've always been late. Number two, Australia Post posties are rough. Their guys are even rougher. I've had boxes that have looked like they've been chewed up by a dog. And there is no customer service. Like when I've called up or tried getting onto their live chat, there is just no one there. You're waiting sometimes hours for a response. At least with Australia Post, I know that if I have an issue, as long as it's within live chat, I can talk to someone right there and then. Or if it's not, I'm going to get a response as soon as they're available.
Yep.
You'll never get an angry customer because you used Australia Post.
Exactly.
Right? It's defensible and safe. Even if something goes wrong, you used Australia Post, right? If you use Sendle, then they blame you.
Yes. Can we please welcome Dave to the chat? First time on the screen. How are you, Dave?
Hi, Dave.
Hello. Well, amazing what you can do with this technology.
Yeah.
Is this your first time on YouTube as well? I don't think I've actually seen you in the flesh.
Yes.
In 3D?
Yes. Very first time.
Wow. Welcome.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts?
Okay, I've missed a bit because I'm setting all this up. So
Start fresh.
Have you got sticky tape? Because that's what I used.
Yeah, when thinking about live selling in Australia, forget about Whatnot, forget about the formats that we know, just live selling. What are your thoughts on that?
as I mentioned, if you're consistent at a time slot, then your buyers know, okay, John's going to be selling his action toys every week at 7:30 p.m. And then they'll know, yep, I'll go then.
I suppose there's something to be said about bringing the shopping to the buyer, isn't it? Because, like at the moment we have eBay where you can shop whenever you want, but there's something to be said about I turn up and I'm given something new. So I'm definitely going to be rewarded with novelty, even if I don't buy something. It's just interesting that we don't like if you don't end up selling anything, you can't monetize the views. It'd be interesting if people you get a portion of fees, for example, based on the views that you get. For argument's sake, like if that's even a thing in the model of a platform. Like it'd be nice to if you're the biggest stream that brings in say 1 million views, for example, whether that's because I mean people watch selling streams afterwards. I mean you guys watch this thing afterwards sometimes, so I wonder whether if you stream live to sell something and then you don't sell anything or you sell stuff and then people rewatch it, whether there's something to do with that even. I don't know.
Well, it just depends how long you do it. If you look at, I think it's that Daily Refinement and how he's moved to Whatnot, because he's consistent. I think his streams only get 300 or 400 people. It's not a huge audience that goes on there. And I think you find probably that half the audience are there just to source stock.
Other resellers.
Or just to learn, isn't it? Take notes on how to run a stream.
And the other half is there just to talk to Chris.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he actually doesn't do it anymore. I don't think. I think he's got employees that do it all. Because it's very much show. It's like it's on Whatnot. It's like a 30-second auction. Show it, describe it, and then the sale's done. It's just that it's a great platform because they've all automated so many of the steps.
Something to consider: if eBay did live selling, it's the same customer base, right? You're selling to the same audience. If Whatnot does it, do you want your eBay audience shifting to Whatnot, or do you prefer it to be other resellers? Yeah,
no,
because you don't want them coming over buying your $1 cars, right? And then not browsing your eBay store.
No, it'll be
but then it's another platform. It's another area where you can push your eBay store though as well. On the other hand,
yes, you could go the other way. But I think for me, when I think of that format, I'm thinking of it being a replacement for moving on reseller lots, like wholesale lots. So the stuff that you'd normally it's not inside your it doesn't meet the metrics to go on eBay or your other platforms, and it's something that that somebody else will like. So if you're doing clothing and it's not quite the clothing you do, instead of going into Facebook groups and selling it at $5 a piece, you can go on Whatnot and start everything at $5, and they can find a home.
I feel like Whatnot is
find a home. It's like they're lost little puppies.
Whatnot, I think, would be really good for those items where whenever you list on eBay, you think to yourself, if only I could show it to the person in person. I imagine dresses would be a great category for Whatnot, just because you can bring things up to the camera, you can rotate it, you can, touch it, describe it, take your time. Like you're not limited to 24 photos and one video and words. You actually have live video, and you can take your time. Especially, that's the other thing we haven't talked about. It's that whole you can take your time to show off an item before you start the bidding. If I understand correctly.
Yes. Yeah.
So in that sense, you're not stuck with 24 photos and a video and description. You can go, I'm gonna take my time, 10 minutes. I'm not gonna rush. I understand it's my time, but this is a $500 wedding dress, and I'm gonna take my time to show it to you. And I think that could potentially lead to high sale prices if you know how to use that ratio of time and auction time properly.
Yeah, if you look at Chris's streams, if it's an expensive jacket, for example, one of his presenters, they'll put it on and show the features off and the pockets and the lining and the inside, and essentially model it for 20 or 30 seconds before the bidding starts. So
it's not new anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah, not new. So you could have an overhead camera set up, with a turntable for little items, if it's jewelry or cars, and kind of dial the lighting in and have that. Be a pretty good experience, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, see, I think what Chris does as well is he has all like the items in the background of his show as well. So the people on the show can go, oh, what's that? So, you know, if a few people go, oh, what's that? Then they know they're going to put that up next.
Yeah.
Because there's interest there.
It's actually quite interesting when you hear how different resellers have tried different strategies on whatnot. Because you've got other people that will have, like you said, they'll have a frame, boxes all behind them, showing off each of the items, and they put the auction up, and the person can actually pick the item they want to buy. So what they find is that the early auctions, the prices go quite high because they know that they're going to pick that action figure or that game or something like whatever they're selling.
Mm.
And then that person will replace it with something else. So they really procure how they want to target their audience, and also then what stock they're picking up. There's a guy in the UK, Car Boot Chris, and he basically now goes to the boot sales and things, and he's picking specific items for his whatnot auction.
Very clever. Very clever. I just have this feeling that there's going to be someone streaming whatnot, walking through the aisles of Costco, and then just picking stuff up.
Try and hide the prices.
Mandy mentions she's going to get her husband to sell it for her. So find a different face so that you preserve your branding. Beck saying you need to ensure you have appropriate tech equipment to stream well enough, a stable connection, and no cameras with tape.
I'm gonna put that on my Christmas list to Santa. Is a decent camera.
It makes a world of a difference. It does, and you don't have to replace them regularly, just every few years. Bronwyn's mentioning sought after items, not just. Don't think people will get excited for everyday stuff. Oh, I do, Bronwyn. I will say, if you had a bulk lot of items and you were going through them, but you were very animated and you wore a tuxedo one day and you wore a T-Rex suit the next day, I think you could still move everyday items in bundles because people get the value of the entertainment, and it's like we get to participate. It's almost like those charity auctions that people bid on, right? No one really cares for the stuff, and for the most part, we overpay. We do it because of the spectacle of it all. And so I think that there's definitely room for that spectacle sale as well. In which case, is there a category of item? I'm going to ask all six of you, right? Or six of us, sorry. Is there a category of item that you have that giddy factor when you sell it and you tell people about it and you go, and shows up on screen? What is that category for you? And that might be your whatnot category that gives you that spectacle type sale. Matilda's looking at me like, what kind of question is that, John?
Yeah, it doesn't really relate to me, I suppose. I could say every sale I get giddy at. Really, a sale's a sale. But when I'm thinking about the live auction idea, it's with eBay and not whatnot. So it doesn't really relate to me what you're asking. But if I'm to say what I would do in relation to eBay, and what I do is pick really rare, sought after dresses. So I'd be quite particular as to which ones, I would include in a live. And really, I don't need to showcase the item because a Zimmerman dress wearer knows exactly what they're getting. They know their size. They're just looking for the item that they can't get because they do shorter runs and they're not available. They're quickly sold out. So if you've got that item, for me, it's just about creating the hype and getting them swept up in the idea of an auction. And it's like an impulse buy for them, and they'll probably pay $100 or $200 more than what they really wanted to, just because they have competition for that garment right at that point in time. So that's how I think it would work for me, but not for my bread and butter staff and stuff like that. No, I wouldn't bother, but just those, really sought after garments, I think it would work really well.
Jane looks like she's preparing to do show and tell.
We're
going to do a practice run, Jane?
I would if I had to niche down to do lives, I'd probably go with vintage clothing because it's something.
Yeah. Yes, Jane. Yeah.
Being a wardrobe mistress for a theatre group, or having had been, and I've had some training in vintage clothing. If I had to niche down, I'd probably niche down to vintage clothing.
I think for me, if I had to pick a giddy category, it would be baby clothes, but more specifically like under 2 years old, where you have the onesies that still have the leg coverings on them, and you can touch the fabric and stretch it and rub it on your face and go, "This is so cute and it's amazing. Look at the tiny legs." Like, I think if I were to do whatnot, it would literally be baby clothes, but 2 years and under, because it'd be like, "Oh my gosh, look at the little gloves."
Don, that might come across a bit creepy.
That was a really strange place up here. It was just like
it's like you have to start going, "Hi, my name is John. I'm a full-time reseller in Melbourne, and I'm also a dad of 2." Like specifically, I am also a dad of 2. They're all
a little bit creepy.
And I'll rub your feet on my face.
Oh no.
Okay.
Come on, baby clothes is cute. Like, it's so cute, and it's it's cute. Stop
If
it.
they
It's
still
cute.
have that baby smell, yes.
You were literally just like my wife then when she's looking at your store.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Especially when their limbs haven't, like, it's that age when their limbs haven't grown out yet, and they all look like little marshmallows. Especially like dude, the wind. It's coming. You guys are seeing what not John would look like. You imagine the the winter clothes where it's like the puffer suits where they look like Michelin men.
Yeah.
and then when you put them on, they're like little clouds walking, and they can barely walk, so they just hobble everywhere. Like, come on, that's so cute. Like, I think that would do really well and whatnot.
So you'll find somebody's child to model then John?
No, too much effort. No. It's just the imagination of it all, and maybe some photos, but you get the idea. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. Okay. Paul, Justin, Dave, say something.
For me, it'd probably be just Pokemon cards.
Yep.
Because that's what I'm into collecting at the moment, more so. So I'd probably find a card and go, "Oh no, screw it! I'm not going to auction that. I'll keep that for myself." But
actually, that would be an awesome strategy. I'm not sure if anyone's done that yet. I mean, I don't watch enough Whatnot Shoes to know, but you could be like going through a bulk lot, going, and now I'm keeping that one. People be like, wait, what's that? Just a random, like, no, I'm going to keep that one.
I can't really see myself doing it. But if I were to live stream auctions, I think probably retro video games and hardware. I think that would be interesting and fun, and I think it would draw an audience.
Mm-hmm. Dave?
Yeah, I would have to rethink, because at the moment I got many media, so I couldn't see that really working unless you've really got some unique, rarer items. But then if you do it consistently enough, then you can build that reputation that, yep, like if you're doing books and things like that. It's going to be sourcing the unique stock that people want.
It could be seasonal too. Like if you're into clothing and you're really focused for a little while on Halloween stuff and then Christmas items as well. I don't think it has to be particularly special. It just has to be topical at the time, and
that's true.
Trigger those impulse buys.
I heard someone was saying they were prepping for their Halloween show or something like that.
Beck mentioned vintage homewares, and I think that would be a great category as well. Like, I can imagine, picking up like a I've lost my train of thought. Casserole. That's right, like a casserole bowl or pot or something, and be, this is like talking about the flowers that are printed on the bowl, the fact that I've never seen this flower printed on another bowl, any different kind of bowl before. Talk about the significance of the history of the bowl. Like, I think that there's definitely a lot of story with vintage homeware because it tends to represent the times of when they were made. And I think that could be a very if not entertaining, definitely interesting stream, because you go there, you get the novelty not from the entertainment but from the story. And I think that if you can have a very story-filled stream, it could potentially hold water, because you think about all the people who love documentaries, just learning wholesome things. It takes the pressure away from the presenter from needing to be entertaining, but obviously it can't be monotonous. You have to still, be relatively articulate. Another angle, story, like a story time of sorts with shopping.
So going back to scheduling shows,
yes.
Do you think that would work better for you, John? Like if you were able to schedule out your time and go, okay, this is what I'm going to dedicate to a live auction?
I don't see my issue with live selling is I cannot showcase my items better than I do on eBay. Because with the toy cars, like the photos that I take, I don't see them looking better on video, because collectors of my items enjoy them statically. They don't enjoy them moving, not like a dress or a jumper. Like in a jumper, you twirl around, you move your hands, you make a pose. People, it's a thing in motion. Whereas with toy cars, they tend to sit on the shelf. People look at them from the angle that they like looking at them. So I think it's interesting, especially being so small as well. The detail, like some of the detail I can extract from a toy car with a like a 14 Pro Max will not show up on video. Just the resolution is just not there. Like the specks of paint, the metal, like the metallic finish on the paint, the gloss on the glass. It just doesn't show. Which is where.
What if your stream though was effectively a slideshow of those images? So the same, and you were just in the corner, so you really were showing off the art.
Yeah, I'd be doing like Paul said. You'd have the close up of the item. You could actually have it on a rotating turntable.
Yeah.
You figure out how to quickly make a thirst reel for the item on a turntable, essentially.
Yeah, you want the superhero, the hero shot, right? You want that to look really good. And if you got that set up in a booth, you could do that 24/7 and it'll look exactly the same.
I feel like you almost have to give it a shot. I think that's where we end up, isn't it? You give it a shot. It could work, could not work. And let's also acknowledge that there's first to market benefits as well. You could be that first person who does Pokemon cards, and you get the majority of the people coming to you. And
I think like any other selling platform, I don't think it'll take a lot to be in the top 10%. The optimizations will be fairly minor to just be better than everyone else.
Yeah,
if your lighting's just because most people are just going to have their phone camera and hold an item up in front of it, and even having a static camera with a little bit of care and attention to the lighting, I think would put you in the top 10%.
Yep, for sure. I think we've covered the topic. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah,
it'll just be interesting to see what transpires.
Yeah, I mean, I guess get the popcorn out and just wait for the disruption to happen and see what changes. Because hopefully, whether it succeeds or not, having a challenger come in and shake things up can only be good for us.
And the only issue will be that with what Poshmark's done by leaving, whether that's scared them off a bit, because of how small the market is.
Yeah, I think before Poshmark left, Whatnot was definitely going to be coming before the end of the year. They were aiming to be here before Christmas. But on all the forums I'm on, it's all gone quiet at the moment. So I definitely think Poshmark has definitely thrown a wrench into everybody's plans or every other selling platform to come to Australia.
Goblin saying live selling could work with something like trading cards, as it's an industry that's a community-driven one. If the host was knowledgeable, it could work fantastically. Sounds like that's you, Justin. You're very knowledgeable in your category.
Oh, yes and no. I learn different things every day. But I think that's the thing. You got to be learning every day. You got to be open to learning as well. I definitely don't know everything about every single trading card. You'll definitely learn that with the Dragon Ball Z.
Yes.
So, but it's you've got to be open to learning. So,
Yes.
I think, and that's where I would probably stick with Pokemon, because I do know Pokemon very well, and that's where I would do well.
I want to try something, and you can let me know whether this is good or not, because we, in the spirit of trying new things, because Dave is new on the stream, we're gonna ask him quick fire questions, just really basic questions of get to know Dave, because it's our first time meeting him. So we'll start with Paul. Do you have a question?
Sorry, the battery's about to go.
Does it have to be reselling related?
No, any question. Any question.
Oh, okay. Dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Justin.
Favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Jeez.
Says he's the guy who sells media.
The Magician.
Okay. Beer or wine?
Beer.
Summer or winter?
Probably summer.
Matilda?
Matilda's
Can't
gone
hear
quiet.
you.
We can't hear her.
The postie took her breath away.
She's muted.
Did someone mute her? Hold up.
Yeah, no, I muted me. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Not enough sleep. I can't think of a question. Can someone chime in for me?
Auctions or buy it now?
Buy it now.
See, that wasn't so bad. I think that worked pretty well. So, not to scare anyone away from hopping on the stream in the future. It is 2:00. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming on. And yeah, next week we will do Thursday just because of the Cup weekend. Tuesday as per normal. And yeah, thank you everyone for a productive session, and everyone in the chat as well. I will say Friday we did have a slow start to the Friday sessions, and we are ending with 20 people still here, which is very good. It's almost like Tuesday, except it's in the afternoon. So that's impressive.
And just a reminder for next week that it's scheduled for 24 hours before.
What does that mean?
For Thursday, not Friday.
Next week's live. Just reminding everyone that came in late, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, remember daylight savings.
Yeah, just because Friday I've got long weekend plans on Friday, but we didn't want to can the session. So have an awesome weekend, everyone.
Thanks, John.
Lovely.
Thank you, John.
Thanks
Bye.
for that.
Thanks again for stepping in for that period while I went to sort out my kid. Oh, actually, I was going to show you guys this. He left me these notes under the door.
No.
It's like hungry,
Awake and hungry.
still hungry.
This is not doing well for the closing talk earlier, and now you're showing that your kid's hungry on stream.
That's why I had to duck out. I'm like, yeah, hungry, still hungry. We'll come. All right, see you guys.
Shut up and take 300 more photos than you can eat.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.